But the other equivalency is like starting out either way, you will have to learn some things, but you're not going to be dealing with because like my problem with Call of Duty, the reason why I don't play it or that Battlefront game that came out not too long ago, is you level up, and just because you played a little longer, you automatically have an advantage because you're going to be pitted up against people that can't compete with you. And that's been one of my biggest issues. And I keep seeing a lot of false equivalencies to levels, and just as an excuse to try to like put just talk shit about some things, and they don't understand that there's a big difference between getting a vehicle or unlocking a vehicle. Like if it was up to me, there wouldn't be any progression system. I hate. I don't want. I'm not a bit. I've gotten, unless it's like an RPG where it's part of the point of the game. Our, uh, Progression systems, I think, have become a bit of a cancer, and it's
Right.
not entirely gaming's fault because like War Thunder came out in 2013. It's a free to play game, and most people won't play the game unless there's a progression system or a game in general. That's part of why Call of Duty does it, or Battlefield. But the problem with the Call of Duty and Battlefield is, oh, I played slightly longer than you, so I objectively have an advantage. And I know that's a bit of a weird thing to say because they're playing longer, so they're going to be better. But there's a lot of cases where they're not. They just played longer, because it's a fall up situation a lot of the time. You know, it doesn't matter if there's any skill involved or not. They will eventually get that piece. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or
Well, I can't
real money,
speak about
depending on
Call
the
of Duty
game.
because I haven't really played a lot.
I
But
know. I'm speaking in general terms because it's not the only one that does it. Planet Side 2 does the same thing, and it's an MMO FPS kind of game, you know. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, Planet Side 2 is a pure skill game." Meanwhile, you get one shot by dudes that have objectively better guns because they have more. They unlocked it because they have more playtime. Meanwhile, you shoot them 20 times
I
in the
think that's
head
the
and they
main
don't go
reason
down.
that I never got into Call of Duty because I started playing and I saw that you have to grind the shit ton to unlock your guns and attachments to be competitive,
Competitive.
and I was like, fuck this shit.
That's my
That's why.
problem.
Yeah, and I haven't played that game because of that, and I'm like, fuck this. I don't want
That's
to
that's my
grind for
problem.
2 months to unlock my weapons so I can be
And
competitive.
people will, and I hate how people get so defensive about this shit that it's really, you can't talk to nobody about it. Because like I try to talk about, like one time Roller started a discussion about War Thunder. He doesn't play War Thunder. He said, "Oh, they balance the planes by reducing the amount of ammo you have, so and guns. So if you have a fast turning plane, you have less guns." And I said, "Roller, that's not how that works. Those planes in real life were like that. The Japanese Zero had less guns because that's what they did. They stripped everything off of it." And he's like, "Oh, I can't just have my opinion." I'm like, "Roller, it's got nothing to do with an opinion." And then he got mad and then left and pitched a fit. And I just have to deal with people doing that shit all the time, saying, "No, you're wrong," and it's like, dude, I'm not trying to make it about who's right or wrong. Stop coming like that. Like, like the hard part about me is like when I see something me comments refused, I just refuse to acknowledge it because it's like, why should that be acknowledged? It's something that everybody should know. Now, if it's established that the person's not aware of it, I like to share it. But whenever I'm trying to help the person and they turn around and then they're just being like, "No, you're wrong," it's that and the other. I try to dissolve the situation, or I get to the point to where I just snap because I don't like being treated like I'm doing something that I'm not. Damn it! I was trying to take a phone call. For what it's worth, man, I am sorry for snapping.
That's good, man. I think that you just have some preconceptions of people because you had a lot of shitty people.
That is part
It's
of
just,
it.
even if, I want you to know, even if, like, it seems like I don't know, I'm making fun of whatever you think your security system, like, I know I said, like, sometimes that something about, like, Chinese people are hacking or something like this, or like when that guy with no name was in the thing I was saying, maybe he's a Chinese spy, but I don't say these things to, like, make you mad or, like, make you like you don't know stuff. I just, it's, for me, it's just like friendly banter. It's like having a friend and saying, hey fucker, like, whatever, like, it's not like I want
Well,
to get into an argument.
well, I'm sorry that I took that a little negatively. I tried to think
we
of it
we
that
we
way,
do a lot of
but
friendly banter in the EU, and like nobody gets really
for
offended.
me,
Like,
it's a very sensitive subject because of what I've had to deal with. And you're right, it is a big part of it, and I should I've let it built up too much without saying anything because I figured you were
yeah,
just
you
trying
should
to
say, hey,
play.
I don't know, I'm upset because for me it's really serious, and don't joke with it or something.
I've been
Like, for me
meaning to
it was
talk
like
to you
just,
about it,
even
but
if
I've
I
been
was
trying to
joking
do
about
it.
it, it was just that. Like,
I've
I
been
didn't want
trying
to,
to
like,
do it whenever I'm
offend you
not
or something.
feeling so bad because when I'm not feeling bad, I end up in an emotional spiral to where my emotions get out of hand and everything that I've been trying, all the stress starts fucking trying to come out.
Right.
And then all it takes is just one little trigger sometimes. That's why I try to avoid a lot of subjects at different times sometimes. I don't know if you've ever noticed. Sometimes I just try to avoid bringing a subject up at all. Like when John tries to talk about politics and he don't know what he's talking about, I get frustrated because John does a lot of stuff related around his opinions on politics, and he doesn't know what's happening. So whenever I try to talk to him about it, he gets very defensive, and that makes me defensive, and then I snap if I'm not feeling good.
Right.
And it it's something that my doctor told me is a side effect of my seizures, and I don't fucking like it.
Right. Yeah, you have to, I think you have to, um I mean, I don't think you have to. At least in my head, that's what I would do. Just not give a fuck about other people's opinions. Like, even like if John has its own opinion and you think it's not right, just let him have its opinion. Fuck it, it doesn't matter.
I'm not very happy with myself right now.
It's like you need to prioritize the shit that you give a fuck about, and like a lot of topics that you would get angry on, you just have to say to yourself, why the fuck I would care and get angry about this? Fuck it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I need
It
to
doesn't
find. I
change
need
my
to
life
come
in
up
any
with.
way. If it doesn't change my life in any
Yeah,
way, if John
I
has
need
a
to.
different belief or whatever.
I need to find. I need to come up with a better system on how to deal with this. This is not. This is not good for me. I feel like a piece of shit.
Like, if I made you feel that I'm making fun of you, I'm sorry, but if there was a case that you were feeling that, I was probably just trying to make friendly banter and jokes. Like, I do that all the, maybe that's also my problem, because I do that all the time with my friends too. Like, they say something that I know that's they bring up as maybe a area where they don't like something, and when I get the chance, I just try to make it funny, so just diffuse that thing in their head. But it's not that I can want to make them like feel bad about it or something. I don't know if that makes sense what I said.
And you're right. Yeah, yeah. You're right. And I wanted to talk to you a bit about it, but I just I've had a lot happening all at once, and I've had a lot of unfairs going on. And you're right. I'm too used to people fucking me over that I just get. Whenever I'm not feeling good like I am now, I try to. I don't know. I get really unstable emotionally because it's like a chemical imbalance in my brain, and I, man, it's like somebody else is talking through me sometimes when I get like that. It's like sometimes I just say shit I don't even mean. And it's like I just end up projecting a little bit too, like some of the stuff I've felt from other stuff, and it's just
Yeah, this is. I don't think it's necessarily related. It might be also related to your problem, but it's also, I think it's more related to past bad experiences, basically. And you leave like a lot of stuff hanging and building up inside of you because you probably don't want to get into it because you would know that you would get mad, and then you go boom. That's
yeah,
basically.
you got a point. That is part of it.
So you can do two things: address and tell people, "Hey, let's not talk about that because it gets me frustrated or whatever." Or you can just not give a fuck and let them say what they want. That's what I do usually. Like, even if I get to an argument with you with something and we end up not
In a lot
agreeing
of
on anything,
situations, it ends up becoming a defense mechanism too to try to keep myself from getting hurt. I've noticed. I've been trying to
right?
analyze for the past like 4 months since I've had this start happening more often. I've been trying to really focus down on like understanding it because it's been particularly bad, and it's like all this stuff just starts coming up, all
Right,
this stress
because
of
you
just
like
things I've experienced starts
you
coming
let
out.
everything like build up inside, and you don't
I
say
don't
anything.
like
You just
leaving
have
things
to
unresolved,
say,
but
I
I
don't know,
have
when
to
you
sometimes.
right,
And it really
yeah,
bothers, it does bother me. I like to solve things. I like to clear the air. And then what Roller did to me earlier really upset me. It made me feel sad. I know I was in the right for being questioning him about why he called me an a-hole even though I didn't say nothing mean to him. That still hurt my feelings even though I knew that I didn't do anything wrong.
yeah. Well, people can be different. Like maybe he had a bad day and you just pissed him off some way. Like you like imagine you also get pissed off by things that people say, but those people do not know why you're getting pissed off because you're not saying. Like maybe he's annoyed by how you were trying to explain or what kind of tone you were using.
Yeah.
And he just had a bad day and he was like, "Oh fuck this! I don't want to deal with this. Go fuck yourself, and I'm gonna leave."
And I think everybody's entitled to a bad day once in a while. Is how I feel. Like after
Right.
I don't, it was water under the bridge to me. Like, but at the same time, I still felt really bad about it. The situation.
Like for example, the why we two are getting into arguments sometimes is because a lot of times I feel that you are kind of having like giving accurate responses to some stuff that you say that they are how they are, and sometimes I feel like that's not how they are. You know what I mean? And then normally you bring up your side.
Another problem I have is sometimes I get overloaded with thinking and confused that I try to simplify it. Like earlier, um, Seth was trying to talk about shit. What was it? He was talking about I don't know. I'll just make a hypothetical example. Let's say he wants to talk about repairing a ship, and we're talking about repair limpets. And I'll say, oh, well, just do the repair shits. And he's like, oh, but I already did. I'm like, no, that's not what I meant. You know, like my brain will sometimes like shorthand things to try to like get the same point across, but like using less brain power because I just get overwhelmed. They told me when I was a kid that my brain works a lot because I don't know if it's true or not, but they told me I had a very high IQ and it feeds into my seizure condition because I keep overthinking things. So my brain tries to cut back to like reduce the strain on it, and I end up like talking funny sometimes, and I can't help it. Like I think you've heard it. I don't know if you've heard an example recently, but there was several examples recently. Yeah, yesterday I was talking about something with Seth, and I forgot what it was. It was like a word that specifically was related to. Anyways, I'll get frustrated with Seth because I'll be like, "It's the same thing, Seth. Don't nitpick me, please." And I'll start getting frustrated with Seth because I'm really struggling to try to like process, and I'm trying to say the same thing but using a like lesser word, but it just comes out that way. I'm not thinking that way; it just happens.
Right. Do you also do like therapy with this stuff or not?
Yeah, I grew up with therapy.
But now, I mean now.
No, I've been too sick to leave my apartment.
Because like, I think it would help because you can like even if you can't tell John or whatever whoever else is like bothering you, but that's what you talk about. Like how we did it now. Like this basically was almost like a therapy session. Like you were saying everything that was on your mind, and like the difference gonna be that if it's a good guy who knows or woman who knows what is doing, he or she will give you like great advice to how to manage those stuff.
That's what I try to do with Seth sometimes when I see him. I try to get some of this stuff
You could
down.
try to have like because you can also do online therapy. You don't have to go there if you have problems. It's not gonna be as effective, but it's still that person can like how we're talking now. Basically the same thing. It's just the difference is that person is profession is to do this and knows exactly what to say. I may say some things that not are totally not gonna help you or might help you. That's not as good.
Part of the reason why it bothered me deeply about the security thing is because I've had at least this is what I think is I've had a lot of bad things happen. People like being very judgmental about the fact that I'm very careful about what happens on my computer or why I don't use Discord and stuff like that because of things that have actually happened to me. And combine that with years of like struggling, being homeless, trying my hardest, and people talking down to me because they have a car and I don't, and they're like, "Oh, it's so easy." And it's like, no, it's not. You cannot deal with it like him.
I think that it's what so from what I've seen because I've talked
And
and
it ends
also
up just crossing the line to where it starts to get eat at you, and it becomes personal.
yeah,
Becomes a very personal subject, sensitive topic.
there is
And
a
that's part of
culture in
why I
the
don't get
U.S.
into politics with John because I can't hold a conversation with him about it, and that frustrates me. I want to have a conversation. I've been craving conversations. Just it is what it is, and that I don't like that it's that way.
There's this culture in the U.S. What I've seen is like I wouldn't say like bullying, but it's like as you say, like talking down to people who, or if not even talking down, but making them feel down is a thing if they don't agree with you.
Yeah, and
But
I
like making
personally
them
don't
feel
like
down
that
in a bad way,
behavior.
like not like friendly banter way. That's I think that's why you feel every time somebody is getting into an argument or something with you, you start feeling that, which is not totally accurate from reality perspective because that doesn't mean that everybody wants to do that with you. It's maybe just those shitty people that did that in the past, or you might have some people who want to try that do that.
Yeah, that's probably part of it.
Like if I was one of those people, do you think I would be still here talking with you?
No, you're right, and I'm sorry. I really gonna have to.
Like, yeah, maybe the guy that you were, I don't know, remember his name, you said that he flipped you off yesterday is because probably he left afterwards, you know, like, fuck this. But I don't know, I can't say that for sure too, because then again, there's the other factor that maybe he had a bad day, maybe he just got pissed off, whatever, before he even started that conversation. So there's a lot of fucking factors.
Yeah,
taken
I
into
considered
consideration.
that.
Or maybe he's just an asshole, that's another consideration. So, but you, like getting back to him harder than he did is not gonna solve it. Like, imagine if now, when you got pissed and snapped, imagine if I would have just did the same thing you did and didn't try to explain to you what I think. How would have that
Yeah,
turned
no,
out?
it's not my natural state, so it really disturbs me when I lose center.
It's just I'm a really, really chill and like level-headed guy.
That's
And
usually how I am, but lately I've been having issues. I've been
right,
dealing with loneliness and combine that with just facing the fact that how I want to see people have discussions, but it's gotten to the point to where I've suffered. I've been targeted by people because I'm different in college
yeah, that's what I'm
and
saying.
like
That
in
there's
my
like a culture
workplace,
in America
and I
like this,
can't
which is not cool at all.
and it's become really personal for me
Mm.
as a result because I've suffered directly as a result of people acting a certain way, and I start picking up on it more than I should.
And I'm telling you why it is happening like this with you, because I understand that you have the condition, but because of that, you are also trying to um, put up like a thing where you, I don't know how to explain it. Like sometimes you want to show some that you are that you're really not, because you have this preconception that if you don't, then people are gonna look down at you. And the thing is that it's people like catch on to, like, it can be felt in the air if you do that, and that's why people start fucking with you because they think that you're lying or you're not honest or something. But in the background, I think you're doing this because you don't want anybody to think differently about you. I don't know if I'm wrong. I'm right. I'm just, that's how I've been feeling, but I kind of saw what's behind it.
You're gonna have to repeat that last part about I don't want people to think what.
So basically, sometimes I feel that you want to make yourself in other people, like make them see you uh, smarter and more than, like knowing more than you do, just
Mm,
because so they don't look down at you. Just
no,
because you had these past,
I don't
and,
think
and
that's
this is
it.
like a defensive mechanism, like where you had these past bad experiences. If you didn't know something, or if you didn't had a mistake, or if you whatever, you gotten fucked by people, and now you have this defense mechanism where you, when you meet somebody, you want to show them, hey, look, I know this, like this, I'm better or whatever. And that's kind of,
Mm,
that state is a defense mechanism for you, which makes you feel better. Okay, I like, I got a first step here because look, I did this and that, which is good. But it's the other people can like feel that it's
I
not
don't think it's about
100% you.
appearances.
No, it's like about how you um like how you always want to explain people things, how they are, and like you want to help them, like as if they wouldn't know anything about the subject or something like that, which is not a bad thing, but people like take those things like, why do you want to teach me stuff like from the beginning or something like that, you know? I might be
Sometimes I
wrong, I
get
just,
you.
that's how I felt. And some people might appreciate it, like how you were talking with Eagle on the phone, and he was like, yeah, he appreciates your inputs and other, but just some people just don't really care about those things, and they just want to come and play and have some, I don't know, friendly banters here. I might be off. I don't. Just that's how I felt. Tell me if I'm right or wrong.
I'll get back to you in a second. I got a phone call. All right, I'm back. I kind of forgot what you were telling me. I was going to think of a response, but I'm dealing with a lot of emotions, or kind of out of control. I'm trying to do breathing exercises. My emotions are just going where lost track of what you told me. I'm sorry.
Do you want me to, or you want to
Yeah, you can
start
repeat it,
another time?
please.
So I was just saying that you want to make a first impression to people so they can see more from you. Like you want to give more from yourself. Like you're trying. Everybody can feel that you're kind of trying to make yourself look good, which a lot of people perceive as exactly the opposite. Like when somebody wants to always explain, always tell you things that he knows, like, hey, do this like this because I know it's like this, or like
Mhm.
basically like you're trying to give a lot of stuff without anybody asking, and that gives exactly the opposite impression.
Well, I'm a nerd. I like talking about things I like.
Right, right. That's no problem. It's just sometimes you like without anybody like
But
asking,
whenever,
just saying something. You're trying to like you're trying to preach sometimes, you know.
well, I like trying to reward good things, you
Right,
know.
but the thing is that people usually when people do this, like you're doing this because I understand why you're doing this. You're doing this because it's a defensive mechanism because you don't want people to look down at you because that's your biggest problem, that you don't want people to look down at you
I just
because
don't. I just get tired of dealing with shit talkers.
right. But also that you also said that you don't like people who look down at you, and that's why I see that you're trying to always like overcompensate in this area, like that you know stuff, and I'm sure you know them. It's just when you do that to people, they feel like you don't really know, you just want to make the impression of you knowing, and then they just probably that's why they got mad. Like maybe that's why the other guy got mad at you.
What with Roller? He asked us for help. I didn't
Right,
say. I wasn't
right,
saying anything. Seth was
right.
struggling, and Seth was like, "I can't explain it very well." I said, "Hey, I can help." And he's like, "Okay." And then I
Yeah, I'm
streamlined
just
it. I said, "Hey, just point your
it's
nose at
probably the
this
definition. I'm
degree,
just
and you'll
saying
be
that
fine." That's all I said.
don't. What I'm saying is don't try so hard. Just leave it be. Just act naturally. It doesn't matter. Nobody will. If there's it's a normal person who's like a good guy or a just decent person, they won't care if you know something perfectly or if you don't know anything about it. Like I don't give a shit at that if you know about like War Thunder more than you know about security or vice versa. So that's not like it doesn't do anything to me. It doesn't make you, in my eyes, a better or a worse guy. It just doesn't matter. What matters at the end of the day is just like your like decent conversations, and we play some games, and that's it, right? At least that's in
Yeah.
my head. I don't need somebody to perform and explain everything and preach to me so I can see that oh how like there are some people that like that like ooh he's very smart because knows all this stuff, but they're like I don't really care, like that's not why I come here. And
I
like
just
when you
talk
do
about
that,
stuff.
right, right,
But if
that's
somebody,
what I'm saying, that a lot of people when you do that to them, that's not why they come here. Maybe they need help like for 2 seconds to explain something, but when you're trying to explain in that for like 20 minutes, they're like, okay, fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. You know? And like, that's how you want to explain because you feel like you need to go into it very in detail. But like, people, when they see that, they are like getting defensive, you know? I don't know if I make sense. Probably not.
well, just to clarify, I don't try to overly make myself look like I do one thing or the other. I just like to enjoy time or sharing. Like if somebody's making a discussion or an argument,
Mhm.
and I'm like, well, here's the thing about that particular thing that may not
Right.
be misunderstood, which is the normal part, because like you have to establish definitions. I have very different definitions than most people, and a lot of it is based off of literal definitions, and a lot of it is based off of deep understanding. And a lot of people, whenever I feel like I'm talking past the person's talking past me and it's causing an escalation, I try to de-escalate by explaining my position on what I mean. Like
Right.
whenever I say my understanding of a grind is an unenjoyable gameplay loop, but I know it means to a lot of people different things. Like some people don't see a grind having anything to do with anything unenjoyable. It's just them doing something. But for me, it has negative connotations
Hmm.
because the original usage of it is reliant around, you're grinding against the gameplay. You're not. It's not supposed to be an enjoyable reference. So I get confused when I'm talking to somebody, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna go grind this out," and I'm like, "Oh man, that's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that." And then they get confused, you know.
Right. And when you
And
say that, that's what you don't realize. When you say that, you're kind of in their eyes, you're kind of being a smartass. You know?
well, either way, it's they should have said anything if they didn't want me to have an opinion or give them any input.
Right. But
They
they,
shouldn't have brought it
what I'm
up.
saying is, you think that they said that to have an input from you, but they just said that generally. They don't. It doesn't. They didn't say that
Oh well,
for you.
well, it doesn't matter because if you're engaging in a conversation with somebody, conversations are give and take. When you
They
talk to
say that
somebody,
because of frustration about the grind because they don't
well,
like
they
it
don't mean it
as
that way
well.
though. They don't mean it that way. They don't mean it in frustration. They mean it as in them just working to unlock something. And I don't
Right.
mean it that way. I'd see it as a negative thing because a grind is a grind. It's not. It's got nothing to do with you progressing or power leveling.
Hmm.
But they and then so it causes some misunderstandings. Just like how
Yeah.
whenever I say something, they don't understand what I mean whenever they ask for my ideas. If you're having a conversation with somebody, you can't get all like whenever somebody says something when you're having a conversation with them, you can't get all pissy like you're talking in a vacuum. That's the problem with a lot of people. They're way too antisocial whenever they're trying to be social. It's like if you didn't want to hear somebody's thoughts on something, then don't fucking talk to them. Like that's your own personal responsibility, you know.
Right. And I think
And
that that's what it makes like you're a really in depth thinker about stuff, but a lot of people are not.
I
And
used to avoid talking to people all the time. I've
yeah,
always
I
been a
know.
loner, and I don't want to be that way anymore.
I'm not saying you shouldn't go into stuff.
I know.
I'm
I'm just
saying just
saying.
keep it short and don't care about what they think. It's just you say, okay, this is my opinion and goodbye. But because if you try to preach for 30 minutes, they're gonna get pissed because you're kind of inadvertently doing to them what you don't want to happen to you because they're gonna start feeling down because they're gonna start feeling that you are trying to like tell them that they don't know anything, you know. Does that make sense? Even though you're just trying to use your own words.
And I'm so dizzy. I'm not worried about putting on an appearance. I care more about just being raw and real. I don't like putting on fake acts. If somebody has a problem, I prefer that we talk about it. And when I start seeing things, I start getting antsy. Especially, like, I like, I've had so many things happen because it was wild assumptions, but whenever it comes to discussions, like, you shouldn't be able to not talk about whatever it is you're talking about. In fact, I consider it a good day whenever I'm actually on topic about something because I'm an ADD and ADHD rattled brain.
But what I just want to say is just try giving less shit. Because people don't really want to.
If they don't want to have it talked about, if they're trying to bring
Because
up a
that's how
discussion,
people are. They start something just for. They just say something so they don't shut up. There's like a saying. There's like a saying in Hungarian like, you just talk so you don't keep your mouth shut. That's what it's called. Like that's what people do. They sometimes
well,
just talk about things so they
that's
don't
not
just
how it
stay
should
silent.
be.
But that's how it is. And they don't really expect somebody to come and start explaining to them. They just want to have like
If somebody
small
wants,
talk and just shit talk about stuff.
if somebody wants to have a discussion, they shouldn't be allowed to get pissy when somebody decides to answer them. Because that's their own fucking fault. They have no right to get upset about it.
Yeah, but think about yourself now. Like,
Well, then
you
I'll
know that
fucking say I'm not feel
a
like
lot of
talking
times you
about it.
start, like a
Because
lot
I'll
of
tell
times
you
you
I don't want
start,
to talk about it.
right?
I'm not a fake ass person, and I'm not trying to put on to get attention
Yeah,
and
I
feel
understand.
validated.
No, I'm not saying that. It's just I mean that think about yourself. Like maybe
Yeah.
sometimes just say something because it's on your mind, and then I come in and start saying to you, but actually I think this is not that way. This is this way.
Yeah, well,
You
those
get pissed.
that's not the same as what I'm talking about. Most of the
Well, no, I
situations
know,
that I've
but you're
experienced that
kind of
in,
doing the same explaining part that I did, for example, and like you got pissed, and that's why some people might get pissed. I'm not saying that the exact thing that happened yesterday. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there.
well, whenever somebody's entire argument or discussion is based off of a fundamental flaw of an idea about how things are working,
Right.
and
And this is your issue. You shouldn't care about what they think. It
well,
doesn't matter for you. It doesn't change anything for you in your life.
it changes a lot for me because those things get spread around, and I'm tired of seeing it. Tired of
No,
seeing
it
bullshit
doesn't.
being spread
Believe me,
around.
if you're stressing about that, you're gonna be very anxious. You don't want to care about everybody's opinion. Like that's very
It's not
stressful.
the opinion I care about. It's the
Yeah,
projection
whatever
of
they
the
have.
idea of what
Yeah,
they consider to be true.
can, you cannot get everybody to think like you. Like it doesn't matter. It's like
It's got
you. That's
nothing to
what
do
I'm
with
saying.
thinking like me though.
Right.
Like
I
if you
know,
walked up to
but
me
you
and
cannot
said
go to
Trump
a
is a
flat
baby killer,
earther.
I'd be like,
You,
that's not
like imagine
quite
going
right.
to a flat earther and trying
You need to
to.
not be so angry. You're wrong. You're
Right.
angry about the wrong reasons because there's plenty of other things to be upset about, and that's not one of them because it's not true. You
Right.
know, because it's a waste for somebody to be like, I hate War Thunder because it does that, and it's like,
But no, I don't
why
hate it.
would you be upset about that? It doesn't do that. That's not fair. It's not fair to
What
me
I'm, what I'm
because
saying,
people
imagine
are going to
going to
be
a
putting
flat
that around,
earther.
and it's personal for me because War Thunder keeps getting fucking changed because people keep putting their opinions, and the developers take that feedback, and YouTubers spread it, and I keep seeing the fucking game get ruined every year, worse and worse because of that bullshit. It is a bit of a sensitive topic, but at the same time, I like to share information. Learning
Hmm.
things and sharing information ever since I was a kid was a joyous thing. But people keep punishing people for it because they think they know better whenever they don't. And it's got nothing to do with who's right or wrong to them. It's always about they want to think they're right. I mean, let me rephrase that. It's all about right or wrong for them. It's got nothing to do with sharing information or the joy of it. They just want to be right about something and put somebody down. and as a result, it leaves you very jaded because you're tired of seeing the shit to where you want to speak up about it.
What I wanted to say is some people, even though it's not logical, they have some beliefs, and those beliefs might be fundamentally wrong. And you just gotta understand that you won't be able to change that. Like, if you go to a flat earther who's been a flat earther for 10 years, everybody knows that he's wrong, but nobody can change his opinion, so you cannot get mad about that. You just have to not give a
Well,
fuck
I'm
and just
not. I don't get mad
suck it
about
up.
that particularly.
Yeah, but it's kind of it's a
What I
similar
do get mad
concept that I
about is
like.
when people take that and then they go out of their way to attack people.
Well, that's what they're doing. That's what flat earthers doing. They're like thinking that everybody's stupid and they know the truth because they have this big conspiracy,
I
right?
don't know if you know this about this, but John is a big conspiracy theorist, and I
Yeah,
like
and
I
I know
like
that.
listening to him. I actually
But
enjoy
like,
listening to him
imagine if
talk
I
about
would
it.
have gotten into an argument with John over something I think it's right, and he like whatever about religion that I think he's wrong about religion. Like, imagine that. Like, I don't
Well,
even care. Like, if I would, it would just be in just an unnecessary
any
discussion
time
because
that Seth and I get into any sort of disagreement with John is about factual things. Like when he talks
right,
about Navy ships or whenever he talks about politics. And I end up having to get between them and be like, "All right, guys, let's shut it down. This is getting too hard."
right. So that's why like
Um, because
sometimes
even
people
even
just have to
Seth,
chill out.
you know how chill Seth is. Even he gets worked up sometimes because of how argumentative John is.
Well, no,
Whenever,
Seth is
because
kind
like
of the
John will be like,
extreme version of you. He
John will
bottles up more stuff, I think,
John will
because
be
he
like,
doesn't talk a
"Oh,
lot.
this thing in War Thunder is wrong because this Navy ship didn't exist in the World War II." And Seth's like, yeah, it did." He's like, "No, it didn't. I know. I'm a Navy man." And Seth's like, "No, it didn't. Here, have this." And then they end up into an argument, like an actual argument, not a discussion argument, you know. And I have to step up and be like, "All right, guys, it doesn't really matter," and try to split them up. But that's the kind of stuff that Seth and I like to, because John's our friend. We don't want to see him misled. We don't want to see him have unnecessary hatred for no good reason. That John necessary is that suffering. Um, but whenever it comes to him talking about his conspiracy theories, I don't mind. I have fun with it. Um, because that's his opinion. You know what I mean? And it's not my place to be like, "Oh yeah, you're wrong for thinking that the lizard man is real and all that." It's like, hey, that's interesting, and I've sat there for hours, just wanting him to tell me stories. There's a big difference between why I do certain things, and there's always a reason. Like if somebody came up to you saying that I punched them, and I just did it for no reason, they're usually lying. They probably pushed something too far that they shouldn't have and backed me into a corner. Because that's what happened when I was a kid with my aunt. Whenever I came back, when I was about 19, after I went homeless, they were starving my grandmother, and I tried to convince my grandmother to leave, and my aunt didn't want me to do that and backed me into a corner and got my cousin to hold me down while she beat the shit out of me and told the police I just attacked her randomly with no warning. And you know, people love doing that stuff. They love doing posturing, and I can't stand it. And if anybody wants to talk about something, they can. Sharing ideas is important, but being able to understand when something is the way it is very important. There's a lot of, and that's how I've learned how to do things. Is you talk about things so you can learn together, and you share things. Like Sean was getting mad at this one game, and I was getting upset because he wasn't enjoying it. And then I got him to talk to me about it. He explained like the way this gun works. isn't how it's put together in real life, and it's upsetting me because and which makes sense because the game mechanic was that you're building the gun, you know, and then I understood where he was coming from, and I learned something out of it. And he would do the same thing for me, vice versa, about something I know about, you know. Being able to do these things back and forth is fine, but whenever the person starts getting like defensive, like how John usually does, that's when my hair starts standing up on the back of my neck when they start interjecting about something, and I'm like, okay, I just shared
And
something and then I
you have
left it
to
alone.
that's when you
I
have to learn to let go because it won't help you if you don't.
Well, here's the thing: is whenever I share something that's like a fact, I'm like done. I've said my piece, but then it gets brought
Right.
back
And
up,
even if they
like,
contradict it, just let it go. It doesn't matter. It matters what you think for you. That's what I'm saying. It's like, let it go. It will
yeah.
be much easier for you.
That's how I've done it for years.
I don't say bottle it up. I just say try to not care about it. Because if you bottle it up, it's going to be exploding after a while. So don't care. Why? You know? Like,
Uh,
why would you?
that's how I've been for a long time. It's hard
That's
to.
how it's like. Normally, that's how you do it. Just don't. Why? Like, okay, he is a different person. He has his own opinion. Yeah, he might tell that to a lot of people, but everybody is gonna make their own opinion anyways.
Everyone should be able to make their own idea,
Yeah, just let it go. Fuck it.
but
It don't matter. It's not a big deal. I know that for
I've
you,
seen
it's
too
like
much
bringing
suffering.
up this. For you, every kind of stuff like this, how you said, is remembering you of a really really bad situation that you had, and this is why it's really hard for you to let go. But you have to think about this actively and say to yourself, okay, this is not that situation,
One of the
and I just have
things,
to let go.
one of the things that I've learned lately is you may not be conscious of it, but after so many times of certain things happening, you start to pick up habits
Right.
that are reactionary to it, and then it starts chipping away at you. Like with dating, for example, I try to date. I can't count you how many times a girl would be like hello, or they'd call me and you could literally hear them breathing because they're they want to set up a date, you know, they're like really excited, and they'll block you or stage you up, and then it's just like whatever the first like 100 times or whatever. But then it starts getting to the point to where it's just like fuck this shit. Why does it have to be like this? This is so annoying. You know what I mean? And then it just go, and then you don't realize that these thoughts are coming in because you got chipped away to the point to where it starts becoming, oh, how can I, like, how do you change it? How do you do that? How do you do this? And you start going through the list of like, is it me? Is it them? Should I just give up and start being an asshole and just get attention that way? You know what I mean? And you're like, shit, I hate that it has to be this way, and it just like over years. So I've realized that I've picked up on some things because like were you ever bullied in school, and it like if you ever had like a hard time that upset you and you wanted to do something about it but you didn't, and then you kind of wish you did deep down a long time ago. Well, imagine that with me, but like a bunch of times, and with a person that starts to become a habit to where it starts coming out more. Because whenever somebody starts doing something that, so I've been in a lot of situations at work where people get jealous because of my work ethic, so they try to peg me down by lying to my superiors and get me written up, and they'll do social posturing where they'll slander me and then they'll say something that sounds generically true, like, oh, if they were this, why wouldn't they do that? And people bandwagon because people have in America, people in modern America, people have a very hard time thinking for themselves. Our school system is rigged to try to like brainwash people into being a follower, and so that it's very easy for people to get swayed by opinions and emotions. And So I end up getting ousted, and I end up suffering because of other people's actions. And then you can only then you rent a place so many times, and you see this same type of social posturing, and then they set you up to where nobody will let you rent their apartment because they heard from the grapevine, or you go on a dating app, and then this one chick tries to hit you up to do like OnlyFans sex or whatever, and you tell her no, and then she goes around and tells these people in these groups, and now you can't fucking find a date because all these groups block you from talking to nobody, and then it's just because of what one person said and them taking their opinion, and it just chips away at you to the point to where you don't want to stand for that shit anymore. You're tired of being beaten down, and then whenever you start seeing that posturing, it starts to like inhibit a response. Like whenever I was homeless in when I was homeless in Florida, um, this one kid didn't like me all of a sudden. He decided to be an asshole, and he'd come there, and then he called me racist and stuff. Um, and I got pissed off and told him to fuck off and take his racist ass away from me. Because he was trying to like do all that shit with that cultist bullshit that's going around in America right now. You know where they, you know what I mean? And this kid was he's probably just out of high school. You know, so I wasn't that much older than him, but at the same time, he was still younger. And I don't regret telling him that. I hate that it got to that point because I don't like being upset at nobody because I don't consider that my natural state. But at the same time, I felt like I did what was needed to be done because those people, those cultist people, targeted me a lot in college and stuff. And I had stalkers and shit. And that's a personal note with me. So once again, that's something else that's got chipped away on me because I'm tired of seeing it. And that's part of the reason why I lost some of my jobs too. Like I'd have girls try to like rape me and shit at my old job, and they'd force themselves on me, and I would stop them, and they would go and tell HR that I forced myself on them, and I'd get kicked without question. I was harassed in college because of that shit too. Like they refuse to see evidence. They just take the woman's word. And I've become incredibly jaded and sensitive to that shit, and I think that's part of where a lot of this shit's coming from, and it pisses me off because I don't like this about myself. So I'm gonna try to do more stuff to try to like I'm trying to think of methods that I can use to try to like serve it off a little bit to where it doesn't need to be escalated into something. Some people just need to be told off a little bit. Like whenever Roller started last night, I told him that was bullshit. Like I didn't like full on go off the handle, but I did tell him like that was fucking bullshit for him to do that, you know? And I said what I felt need to be said, and I made it water under the bridge after that, you know? And that's just how I do things. Like I'm fine with him now. I said my piece, you know. I know that was an asshole thing to do. And I think now, whenever I'm self-reflecting about this, and I think that's part of what's really going on is I had all this shit chip away at me to the point to where my tolerance and ability to separate shit is blurred a little, and that's why I have the that's why I've been more likely to react to try to call stuff out or like because like whenever going back to our original topic about discussions, all I want to do is just have a nice discussion where we just talk about things. Like I enjoyed hearing you talk about the ashes of creation. I know that I have my opinions about what I like about an MMO, and you do as well. And I liked about some of the things you talked about because I like meaningful interaction with MMOs. Because I've played a lot of free-to-play MMOs, so whenever it starts pulling you into like this cookie-cutter rhythm of like collect 5 boars or whatever, I start to drool and zone out and lose interest because I've done it so many times with other free-to-play ones that I don't think it's just doesn't feel worth my time or engaging, you know?
Yeah.
And those are definitely opinions and reasons of why different things happen. But I try so hard to understand why things happen or how to do things that I do a lot of research. Like, I've learned recently that part of the reason why I'm having trouble sleeping isn't just because of my seizures, but it's also because of my ADHD. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You know,
Your ADHD can fuck a lot of things. I think you need to get on Adderall because it will help you a lot if you really have a bad ADHD.
yeah, I'm planning on seeing a doctor soon. I
Because I know
haven't
because
been.
my wife has ADHD and she is a totally different person in a better way when she is on medication than when she's off.
And whenever I'm like feeling like too pressure, when I feel too much stress pressure in my brain with my seizure stuff, I start to spiral. So I try to avoid getting into any like I try to avoid getting into neutral topics too much because what ends up happening is I'll get excited to want to talk about something, and then they may or may not react in a good positive way, like how I'm feeling, and then my energy flips because I'm emotionally vulnerable when I'm not feeling as
This
stable.
this getting pissed off really fast. This is really linked to the ADHD stuff because I see the exact same thing in with my wife because when she is not on meds, she has always a lot of stuff going on inside her head, and whatever else that's bringing her out of the rhythm will make her pissed because she's already dealing with a lot of stuff that's in her head, and then she has to deal with me too. But when she's on meds, everything is chill. Like she doesn't have so many stuff going around in
Yeah,
her head.
I used to take medicine for it.
Yeah,
It didn't
it's. I
always
think
help
in the
though.
U.S. you get Adderall for it. Here Adderall is not
I
legal to
I didn't
take.
take
But
Adderall. I took something called Concerta. I think is what it was
oh
called.
yeah, she's taking that. She's taking Concerta. Exactly what she's taking is Concerta. It's the lighter version of Adderall. It has the same effect,
Hmm.
but it's not having any like um, bad substances in it. So
Yeah,
because Adderall has this thing, what's it called? Um,
I hear a lot of bad stuff, but I'm ignorant of the subject.
yeah, Concerta is good. Concerta doesn't have any kind of long-term side effects. I think you 100% should get back on Concerta and just try to keep up with it because it's gonna make you feel much better.
They used to have me on sleeping medicine when I was a kid too. I remember being like 4, 5, 6 years old and just laying in bed all night because I couldn't sleep. And then whenever it came time to go to school, I'd be like half asleep trying to dress, and then I'd go to school.
So I would say would be really good to you to get back on that, and also to talk with try to somehow talk with somebody, you know? Because like we're talking, but I'm not a professional that I can help you. I mean, I probably will give you some advice, but I don't think it's going to be the best or the good advice for you.
I, I think I think I feel a little better to where I know what I probably need to start.
Right.
I
I think already if you try to get Concerta, it's gonna be like you're gonna be not like people around you wouldn't necessarily notice, but you'll feel it, the difference. Like if the noise in your head that's there all the time, it's gonna be very very much quieter after you start using it. And you should, I think you know that if you use it before.
yeah, probably.
It's just maybe it was a long time ago and you forgot, but it's like all the time you're hyper focused and hyper thinking about everything. That's I think that's why it's always maybe that you're like over explaining everything because you're so hyper focused on it. And
That
the
is
that
part of it to some degree.
yeah, and that will make
I
you
like
not
to
as hyper focused. It won't make you like
if
um,
if I'm helping
limp or
somebody, I
dizzy or
like to
whatever,
go
but
the
it
full
will
measure.
yeah. it won't make you like feel like you're drugged or whatever, because do you know if like a normal person who doesn't have ADHD takes ADHD medicine, they get high. But an ADHD person, because their brain chemistry is different, they get stable from it. So basically, it's the exact opposite effect.
See.
Like that's why a lot of people, there was this big Adderall pandemic in the U.S. because a lot of people were getting high off Adderall, like hyper focused and high.
Yeah, I honestly never looked into it, but I did hear about it, so I wasn't
Yeah.
sure.
But if you actually have ADHD, you will not get high. You'll be your brain will start functioning as like a normal person's brain who doesn't have ADHD. That's what the difference is, and it doesn't get you high at all. But me, for example, not having ADHD, if I would take Adderall or Concerta, it would make me high.
Okay. But I have noticed that when I'm feeling when I'm not like whatever I'm like feeling like dizzy and imbalanced with my seizure stuff, I'm way more emotionally vulnerable to what I call as a spiral where I start going out of hand from positive to negative, and it just spirals down and gets worse and worse, and I start hating myself.
Yeah, because imagine you have your seizure stuff,
And
you have
depression.
your ADHD all messing with your head, like always hyper focusing and always thinking about every other stuff. And yeah, it's like a combination of shit that's
Yeah, you're
making me
you're
upset.
right though. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'm applying what you're telling me into a new context in my mind. Um,
Like you feel it's the ADHD that's making you feel that you feel like you cannot deal with anything. Like my wife exactly explained to me like this: when she is not on meds, she feels like it's really hard to do anything because she's already overwhelmed in her head. That's the exact explanation that she gave me. And she told me when she takes the medicine, she doesn't feel that she's overwhelmed and she can do much more things. She can be much more effective because she's not that hyper
mhm.
activated on everything.
Yeah,
Like if she doesn't take medicine, she feels fatigued before even doing something.
yeah, that's understandable. I've experienced that too.
And the funny and nice thing about like Concerta and these meds, that it's like almost instantly working. Like you take it and in like 30 minutes to an hour, it's gone. You're like, and it's weird at first because like, oh shit, now the noise is gone. What do I do with myself now? you know?
Yeah.
And she said that she had to get used to um, having a normal person's brain because it felt like she slowed down because of the medicine because she wasn't as hyper anymore, but at the same time she could do much more things much more efficiently because of that.
Right. Yeah.
Because sometimes, like, I think a good example is like sometimes you would want to do four things at the same time, and then none of them get started. That's basically ADHD. None of them, you finish none of them. But when you are not having ADHD, you're doing one at a time, slower, but you finish everything.
Yeah. Whenever I'm like feeling dizzy for my seizure stuff, it is way easier to get overwhelmed. But you see,
Yeah.
that's the thing is they're overlapping, like you're saying. The symptoms I'm dealing with from seizure stuff is overlapping with my ADD and ADHD, making it worse, I think.
Yeah.
Because if I'm already a mess because of my side effects of the seizure stuff, because like those things I talked about with the emotional stuff are official side effects of the seizure stuff in and of itself. So, you know. But whenever I say I'm gonna do something, I like to commit to doing the best I can because I like to share the joy or in the fun of like discovery, or being able to do it.
For example, here where I live, for Concerta, you don't need like you need a prescription, but here where I don't know how it's in the US. In the EU, there's two kind of prescriptions for drugs. There's prescriptions like a green slip, which is for like harder psycho drugs, like I don't know, like Xanax and shit like that. And there's like the normal prescription that's for like Concerta and like really smaller stuff like that. And Concerta is really easy to get. You don't even really need to, like, if you just go once to the doctor, they can make you a
Well,
prescription almost instantly. They don't have to like you say you have ADHD, they say, okay, let's do this thing fast. They'll give you a test, like a written test, and there's a lot of tests where like it's instantly they know that you have it or not.
yeah, I have insurance now, so I'm able to get like more medication stuff.
Yeah, and use
I
it. I
just
think
recently got that established.
nice.
Yeah, it's because of I got my disability sorted out fine. My grandparents were doing it when I was a kid, but when I went homeless, it got dropped, and I'm trying to get the payment that they owed me for that because they I don't it's hard to get back pay for it. You have to like tell them I've been waiting on them to do that because I've been trying to reapply for it for years, and I finally got it after I moved in here, and like being paid for disability and all
Standing by.
Right.
that. And then I got set up with medical insurance as a something that comes with it.
Yeah.
Heading there now.
Yeah, I'd say make this
I'm
the
sorry,
concern thing
I'm
a
really
priority.
lightheaded right now. You know how
Make the concern thing a priority.
you ever had your head feel you ever like ran for a while and then your
Moving
head
to that
like
position.
it's like low oxygen?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
enemy is securing zone eclipse.
That's what I'm.
The enemy is securing zone boxer. We are securing zone dagger. We are securing zone comet.
Hey Zill, what was that game you're talking about that you wanted recently? Oh
I've
right.
played it.
Uh-huh.
It's the Roadworks. It came out last week. I played a little bit.
Oh yeah, I saw that came out. I remembered Nordic wanted it, but I couldn't remember if you did.
Eclipse.
Yeah, I got it.
John
I got it
gifted.
and I finished the tutorial map and the first map that's after the tutorial because it was pretty fast. It was like 3 hours I played.
Enemy secured zone boxer. We have secured zone
What
dagger.
did you think about road? Would you say it was road trips?
Roadworks, I
We
think,
have
yeah.
secured zone comet.
Uh, what'd you think about
That's
it?
Roadcraft, not Roadworks. Roadcraft.
Yeah, that's it. Craft.
It's
John
kind of
gifted
like the more fun version um,
No Runner.
SnowRunner.
Yeah, Snow Runner was okay. I was looking at
But
some of
this
the
is not as
reviews,
grindy
but
as SnowRunner. That's the difference. It feels much more um, faster and much more fun things in it. Like it doesn't have
mhm.
fuel. Like you don't get stuck and then you have to like go for hours to get yourself unstuck and stuff like it doesn't waste your time. That's what I felt. It was still
Okay,
challenging and fun, but it doesn't
ready.
waste your time as much as SnowRunner.
Standing by.
okay, that's good.
And it has a lot of fun mechanics. Like you can build roads with like every like you put down
Well,
sand, then you roll it over, then you put down the
it's co-op,
gravel, and
isn't
then
it?
you come on it with the roller, and you make roads if you want to.
I remember. I know Nordic wanted it, and so I linked it to him yesterday and said, "Hey, it's out." I went to sleep, and he sent me a message. I got it.
And we can you can play it multiplayer.
Yeah, he wanted to play that together.
We have secured zone atlas.
And I knew that he's been waiting for it because he. So, but it's a little pricey for. But I did find it interesting about what you're talking about with Ash of the Creation about some of the stuff being interesting, like crafting and stuff. It made me think a little bit about Worm Unlimited and how I was enjoying that. But then again, part of what helped me enjoy Worm Unlimited was that I was on a server that boosted the experience, so you didn't have to like spend like a week doing that.
You know, for example, I've
Force laid in.
since yesterday I haven't done a level at all. I've just been going out and leveling my mining, and I don't really care about my level in the game because it doesn't help me at all. If I get to level 20 and if I don't have the gear I want from my crafting, I won't be able to do what I want to do. You know, so I'm kind of
Right.
trying not to hyper focus on like, hey, I need to level or I need to do this or I need to do that. I'm just like, okay, I'm just mining now to level up my mining because you can do craft a lot of cool things also with mining, but it's very I would say it's very grindy right now because it's an alpha and they want to test certain aspects of the game and they make it grindy so they can test how people and basically how the game loops would be better to work. So sometimes they bring in a patch, like how they did with mining this week, that they made the spawn rates bigger. Basically, they're kind of experimenting with their spawn rates, with the XP, with everything, so they can balance it. So it's grindy, but as not as easy to do as like WoW, because WoW is like a no-brainer now. They don't want to make a game like where you just shut down your brain and you just press buttons. They want to make a game which is a little bit grindy, but at the same time, it's very rewarding.
Yeah, I'm behind. I'm behind that idea, honestly. That's one of my. Because remember how I mentioned that those games that I played before that were cookie cutter, where they were like, "Oh, go collect 5 boars." Well, part of the reason why that gets boring to me is
Like, let me,
because of it being kind of mindless. You know.
I can give you a very good example in Ashes right now. It takes like a week, for example, to grind out your animal husbandry. You have to go and hunt a lot of animals which are randomly spawning. Basically, whenever you kill a mob, which can be tamed or hunted, there's a chance that it spawns back as a green mob that can be like hunted. And so basically, you just go up to them and you loot them. Kind of that's the mechanic now, because probably they're not introduced the full mechanic yet. And that's basically giving you. There's a chance to give you like fur from the animal and other stuff like meat, and also it can give you like an animal carcass, or basically like a mount piece, which is basically the animal mount, and it can be different rarities. And if you like max out your animal husbandry, you will be able to have a mount that's much faster and that maybe nobody has, and you'll be able to sell those mounts on the market with gold, and you could make a lot of money. But in order to get there, you would have to farm for like weeks, hunt these animals, so you can get your level up. So there's like a huge grind, but when you get there, it's like almost nobody is gonna be as proficient. And the thing is that how they limit that is you cannot become max level in every profession. I think you can only get master level in one main profession, because there's like the main professions. There's like the grind professions where you get like materials for the main professions, and there's like the secondary profession. So you only can get master in three: one main, one grind, and one secondary. So everybody's gonna be good in something, in some profession, but you cannot be good at all. So
Right.
when you like choose a thing, you have to like really think about what you want to do.
I like doing that. Usually, whenever I join most games, I think about what do I want to do as a player or a character, or do I want, or what do I have the options of doing between? Like, if there's more than one, um, and I'll usually try to work towards one. Seems like it's too much of a habit. I try to either do something else or I quit.
Like for example, when this beta, the first alpha started, I was started playing, and nobody was doing animal husbandry, and I was doing the animal husbandry stuff, and I was getting like wolf mounts that were really fast, like blue and like yellow rarity, and nobody would have those mounts, and everybody would come to me like, "Hey, can you get me one of those mounts? I will pay you," because they couldn't, because they like maybe upgraded their armor smithing, but I had better mounts, they had better armors, and I would tell them, "Okay, look, I will make you a mount like this, but you will make me an armor like that." I'm like, "Okay, let's trade." Like that's really interesting here. Like
Heading there now, Commander.
it's somebody is good in
Yeah,
something.
that's one of the things that got me curious about it when they were talking about it. Um, when that when that controversy came up with that one YouTuber
Moving
that
to that
was
position.
making stuff up.
Yeah, he was just he I understand his point because it's really grindy now, but it's a fucking alpha. It's like saying that, I don't know, Star
Course laid
Citizen
in.
should be
Course laid in.
a full game when it's an alpha.
That's I agree with that, but the other that was even my main concern about it. He just talked a lot of shit.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to throw them under the bridge for some reason. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I think he just had a meltdown in a way. But he the thing is like you could say, oh, he was just having a reactionary effect, but then it's like he went out of his way to have a smear campaign.
Yeah,
Like that one video wasn't the only time he made posts and other stuff, and he deliberately went out of his way to get footage and make footage to mislead people. So it goes beyond just a reactionary "I'm mad" kind of thing.
Course laid in.
yep,
I think, I was thinking about it, and I think he legitimately got confused. I think he was playing the game and didn't quite see what he was expecting to see and thought that that's what there was. And maybe he went off of the opinions of what somebody told him, which was like not accurate. And then he just ran with it instead of double checking, is my guess.
yep,
Because I started thinking about it a little bit after I saw some of that stuff going on, and I saw some signs of like misleadability. I don't know how to describe the thing. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think that that sounds about
Basically,
right,
he
or?
fucked up. He fucked up, and he was too proud to say, "Okay, I was wrong," and just ran with it.
And then he just doubled down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, what that one developer guy said about it's right. It's like if he needs to take a break, go take a break. There's no need for him to burn bridges.
Mm-hmm.
And he's exactly right. And I I th- I personally feel, I think I think he's kind of a victim of like the guy is a little bit of a victim of the current uh in the modern in a lot of the stuff, a lot of things, and I fall into this trap as well. A lot of things you start getting into the habit of feeling like it has to be one way or the other. There's no chill, and I think he's partially a victim of that type of stuff because a lot of stuff, it's hard to explain. You like pick it up from around you, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And you pick it up from things that happen in school or other people in society, and how, like, for years I used to handle stress very well. I would come up with a calculated thing, and I'd be chill and I'd have a plan. I lived with somebody for about 2 or 3 years that would abuse me, and they would get really mad whenever I wasn't panicking. And I started developing this subconscious fear or stress to cause myself to start panicking, like I have to be.
Enemy is securing Zone Atlas.
Um, and I've been working through that. It's not as bad as it used to be, but and I see that projection like commonly produced, and I think a lot of people fall into a victimhood of that, and I think he was a side effect of that as well.
Roger that.
Because I've experienced it myself.
Right.
Mm. Because it's like because like, why wouldn't he just be like, all right, I'm gonna take a break from the game? Well, if he feels pressured to where he has to have some sort of exponential opinion, or some exponential reason, he'll start inventing them,
The enemy
or
securing
he'll
Zone
start
Atlas.
like, I think it's a double side effect kind of. I'm definitely perfect. I say it all the time, but I like to try to promote better lifestyle, but I'm nowhere near. I can barely cook for myself at the time. I consider that a bad thing. But there is something that does bother me when it comes to appearing perfect. Is I actually get offended when people try to say that I think that I'm right, or 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 I think that I'm better, or that I think that I'm perfect. When in actuality, I feel the opposite. I don't think I'm particularly much better than anyone, unless it's a very specific niche topic that I've studied for years. And even then, there's always more to learn. Like with computers, always new stuff coming around. And I'm out of the loop. So that is one particular thing when it comes to appearing perfect that does get on my nerve. Is I never try to put on the appearance that I'm perfect enough. So I get offended when somebody
Securing
tries to
Zone
claim that I do.
Atlas.
That's another sore spot that I
Moving to
have.
that position.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think it's a normal thing. Is it a flaw of mine? Probably.
Moving.
We are securing zone eclipse.
Standing by.
Oh shit!
Send your traffic.
Gonna go take a piss.
Yeah. I don't know if Nordic got it.
Awaiting orders, Commander. Force laid in. Standing by. Heading there now, Commander. Send your traffic. Firing on that target. They're gonna learn today.
We are
They won't
securing
know what
zone
hit 'em.
eclipse.
Engaging. Moving.
They've got a lock on us.
Waiting orders.
We have secured zone eclipse.
Brace for impact.
Underway.
Awaiting orders, Commander. Ready. Engaging target. They're gonna learn today.
Receiving.
Component destroyed. Component destroyed.
They're locking onto us. The enemy has us jammed, attempting to counter. Forming up.
Heading to that position.
Waiting orders. The enemy has us jammed, attempting to counter.
Go ahead. Component destroyed.
The enemy is securing zone dagger.
They knocked out a module, man. Work on it. We don't have many missiles left, Commander. System lost. Module lost. Internal damage. Module lost. Module lost. Internal damage. System lost. Alright, changing position.
The enemy secured zone dagger.
Internal damage. Internal damage.
They're locking onto us. Hostile fire inbound. We've lost a component. We took a hit. Component down. Power's back online. Loud and clear.
Go ahead.
We took a hit. Component down.
Magazines depleted.
Component destroyed. Hull breach. Component destroyed. Component destroyed. Power's dropping. We lost a component.
The enemy is securing Zone Eclipse.
Hull breach. Component destroyed. Component destroyed.
We are contesting Zone Eclipse.
Component offline.
We are contesting Zone Eclipse.
A little busy, don't you think?
We are securing Zone Boxer.
Hull breach. Component destroyed. We need to get out of here.
We are contesting Zone Eclipse.
Component offline. Okay, the power's back.
Enemy fire control.
Get there now. Hull breach. Hull breach.
Brace for impact. Component destroyed.
We have secured Zone Boxer.
Out of ammo.
We are securing Zone Atlas.
We're in the middle of something. Get there now.
Network restored. Module lost. Go ahead. All right, changing position.
We have secured Zone Atlas.
We're getting there. Moving there now.
The enemy is securing Zone Comet.
Loud and clear. Moving there.
I'm back. I took a shower because I was fucking filthy. Whew.
Yeah, I took a bath earlier. I just soaked for a while, drained the water, and refilled it 3 or 4 times.
Doing the Japanese bath.
The stomach was bothering me. Kind of helped a little. And I just ate a piece of candy.
Or what?
I just ate a piece of candy.
Nice. Oh, that shower felt nice.
You know what else feels nice?
Cock.
Pillows.
Yeah, you should sleep. What's the time over there? It's already morning. Morning, it's already noon. Right?
It's 9 a.m. I won't be able to sleep right now. My head hurts and stuff, and I just dealing with some emotionally. Like I really want some ice cream, but I don't feel like getting up and getting it.
I am debating what the fuck should I play.
Well, I could buy the road trip game. John gifted me Dying Light 2 because you wanted to play it. I don't mean that in a bad way.
You said it in a bad way.
I did. I was being secretive.
You motherfucker.
Everyone knows
I
if you
want
say
to play
the
this with
opposite.
you, and you're not playing now.
Everyone knows if you say the opposite. You gotta believe me. I don't like you or anything.
You motherfucker. You're lying.
What if I am? Gonna kiss me with that mouth?
No. It's just the reason I kind of sometimes avoid getting into games that require that other people are expecting me to help or like be there, is because a lot of times I get bored faster than other people, and then I just quit, and then I just ruin their game, you know. And then that's why I just a lot of times I prefer to just do it alone.
Yeah, I actually understand that feeling. However, I would like to say that, in my case, if you're able to, say that, hey, I don't want to play the game anymore, I lost interest, it'll be a lot easier than if I'm like, hey guys, let's wait for Zill to come play. And then, but if you're like, hey, I'm not into it anymore, then I'll be like, okay, we can.
Well, it's not the main reason that I lost interest in the game. It's just sometimes I just want to chill and not coordinate with everybody on doing something, and I just want to not think and just play, you know?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm not necessarily losing interest in playing the game, losing interest in like playing the game with somebody because I just want to chill and not think about anybody.
Well, either way, it's good to know, because like a lot of the times I'll not play a game because I'm anticipating doing it with somebody.
Yeah, you're the exact opposite.
Well,
Like I'm the exact opposite. I will play a game alone just because sometimes I just want to chill, and I like when you're doing something with somebody, you have to like coordinate with them. You have to like do some things together, but sometimes you don't want to do that. Sometimes you just want to go in and just wing it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I do know what you mean. I get that feeling sometimes too.
And then like if you started something together and you know that you can't do that, you're like, oh fuck, now I have to go and help him do something in the game, but I really don't want to do that. So that's why I kind of avoid it because I don't want to ruin anybody's game and I don't want to like, you know.
Yeah, I usually like to be let know that way I can make my plans accordingly.
Yeah.
Cause it gets troublesome if I want to do something with somebody and I think I'm waiting on them, but it turns out they didn't want you to begin with and didn't tell me. I've got
Well, that's it. Sometimes you want to, but then like maybe after an hour, you're like, okay, I just want to do something else or like go do something alone.
yeah. Now, either way, communication helps me so that I can
Yeah.
make plans to do what I want to do or not. Because like sometimes I have a game that I want to play by myself, but if Seth's gonna be on, I'll be like, hey, I'd like to play with Seth. Well, if Seth sits there and doesn't say anything, I'll get frustrated because it's like I could just have been playing what I wanted to play, or I could be playing what I want to play with him. You know what I'm saying? It's two categories. Um, and if he says, "Hey, I'm not feeling good. I'm just gonna chill out," I'll be like, "Okay," and then I'll go play my other game instead of waiting. You know?
Yeah.
That's what I mainly meant. I because I tend to have like 3 or 4 plans or ideas in mind. Like for example, let's say Nordic wants to show up. I'm like, well, if Nordic don't want to do this, I could just do that or pick something else to do with something else. But if when he gets to where he don't want to talk, and then I pick something else, and then he gets upset, he doesn't, because like maybe he didn't pay attention or something. It gets a little. That's why I get a little frustrated. Like it's like I've got to the point to where I don't hold up for him anymore because it happens a lot. Either he responds or he doesn't, and I just go on about my business. But I'll be honest, it does. I do feel some tension when that happens because I know it's gonna come back low. And that what does help them? Snickers. You're hungry? Grab a Snickers. I'm gonna take a big fart. The mic cuts out for a second, and you hear a.
The Snickers part.
Snickers fart. I'm messing around with this game. It takes a lot to try to learn this game. There's a lot of like things. a lot of things can be overwhelming, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. Did you figure out what you wanted to do?
No, I'm checking some games out on Steam.
Yeah, I was thinking about gifting you something that you wanted.
No, man. Don't do that.
Does it bother you?
No.
Well, I wanted to try to do something for you. Know what I mean, Vern?
It's all good, man. But it's again like if somebody like gives me something, I'm like I feel obligated to play even when maybe I don't want to, you know?
Yeah. We don't care
Order
about that
received.
stuff.
Assuming position.
Yeah.
Receiving. We're underway, Commander.
What? There's a site called Steam Unlocked, and you can
Yeah.
download Steam games. Is that
Yeah.
legit?
Yeah.
Awaiting
Aren't they
orders, Commander.
viruses or shit like that?
Well, they do usually send you to a download site that offers you have to get premium for better speed, and there are some potential ads that come up that could be viruses. Because
Like I went onto the site, and instantly my malware blocked it and says it's a Trojan. The upload
Understood.
haven that
We're
they're
en
using
route.
to download the thing.
I don't think they usually use Upload Haven. Look.
I went to a game and it's called uploadhaven.com where you download it from, and my malware bytes came up and like, if you don't want to block this website, you can exclude it from your website protection exclusion. And it says domain, I don't know what, and it says
Standing by.
website blocked due to Trojan.
Aye, aye, Commander. Moving out.
Did you? So you clicked to try to download the game, right?
Yeah, and it's giving me that it's a Trojan. It's
What
a
what I usually see is you'll try to click onto the thing to see the thing, and it'll try to bring up another web page because it'll like overlay with an ad, and you have to do it a couple of times. But because I have security measures on my computer, it doesn't load it at all. It blocks it instantly.
for me it loads it, but it blocks the actual Trojan because I have malware bytes on my system.
Yeah, I don't know what's downloading. What did you download something?
No, it's just saying that the site is flagged for Trojan virus.
And it's the actual site and not
It's
the,
basically
the one that's popping up, right?
how the Trojan gets downloaded is the site automatically puts some cookies into your browser, because that's what it's saying, that the cookie that's coming from that site is a Trojan, and it's blocking the cookie directly.
The enemy secured zone common.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember the name of the site that they use for the actual download. I know that I've went there a couple of times and it tried to take me to a different website, which was the wrong website. Because a lot of websites will get like an ad that pops up, but it covers the entire screen, so no matter where you click, it'll try to redirect you. And you have to get through that a couple of times. But because I have the VPN and my other security stuff set up, it automatically stops it.
Moving out, Commander. Understood.
It's hard to get used to the camera controls in this. Because I try to scroll because I'm used to scrolling to zoom in and out, but it does zoom in and out, but not the way you expect. If I want to move the camera up and down, I have to use E and C to rebind it. But all zooming does is just zoom into like an imaginary point, and then it slows down your camera. Really.
Receiving. Aye, aye, Commander. Moving out. Understood. We're en route. Spiker detected.
We are securing Zone Eclipse.
We're being targeted.
But yeah, I was thinking about getting that road crafter.
I mean, if you want to get it. Just don't get
Brace
it
for impact.
with the thinking of like we're gonna play always. You know?
Well, I know Nordic wanted to get it.
Yeah.
We have secured Zone
What
Eclipse.
can we do for you, Commander?
And I don't know how it works in
Opening
multiplayer.
fire.
Like, if you join me, do you get progression too? I don't think so. It's like, I think it's like SnowRunner. Because like SnowRunner, only the person who you joined, his world is getting the progression and you're not getting it, I think. But I'm not sure of that. I have to check it out. Let me see. How does all
Affirmative.
multiplayer work for world war?
We're on our way.
Game?
We're taking internal damage. We're taking internal damage.
So all players earn progression, but only the host progresses their main campaign/world. Non-host players earn XP and money during the session, can use the experience and money for their own single-player campaigns, do not progress mission objectives in their own world unless they are host. This is what I didn't like about SnowRunner multiplayer too.
The enemy is securing Zone Atlas.
That's weird. I think I'm wrong, but I thought SnowRunner they kept your progression. Join some.
Yeah, you keep XP and money, but like whatever you do in the other guy's world, it won't reflect if you go into your save.
Oh, that yeah, okay. I got mixed up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can play
That's
like finish the whole game on the other guy's world, and he would get all the achievements in Steam for finishing the campaign, and you wouldn't have anything. You would have the money only and the XP.
You don't even get achievements for it.
I don't think so because in your save you didn't do anything. You only did it on his save.
Opponent destroyed.
And I think it's shitty. It should be either single player. You know what it should like? It should be like a multiplayer
session?
host server session. Yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody should like get like you know like
agree.
how what's it called? How Motor Town is, right?
Yeah.
Internal damage.
Like if you advance in a multiplayer session with your company, that saves, and when you go into offline, it's still there.
Internal damage.
But yeah, then again, also in Motorworks, your world like doesn't progress, which is kind of the same, I think.
The enemy secured Zone Atlas.
Right?
Yeah.
Get it done, Commander.
We're almost out of
Wait,
ammo.
repeat that last part again. I want to make sure I got that.
Like in Motortown, you get progression on your company and you get the money and you things you buy, but like your city progressions, like the percentages, the pay percentages and stuff, do not progress if you do the stuff online and not on your single player save.
Right.
You progress the server's progression, so it's kind of the same thing.
Internal damage.
Kinda, but it's beneficial either way.
We're almost
I
out
mean, they're
ammo.
kind of similar, right? Where
Internal damage.
in Motortown, the different town have their own local values for join saves if you're joining your
Magazines are
friend,
empty, command.
Mm-hmm.
Internal damage.
and whenever you know, and you have your own home save. Now, honestly, I usually
Internal damage.
I hop them depending on what I want to do. Cause like, if I don't have anybody I can play with on my save, I just join others. Because of the lack of you know, stuff moving and the town bonuses from people building it up. You know, if I want to move milk and I don't like moving cheese. I really hate it for some reason. But I want someone to move cheese. But now that there's an AI,
Module lost.
that's supposed to help.
Internal damage. Internal damage. Go ahead.
Standing by. We're on our way.
Internal damage. We're almost out of ammo. System lost. Magazines depleted. Magazines are running out. Magazines are empty, command. We're almost out of ammo. Power's on.
Oh, okay, so look what it says.
Module
While
lost.
playing multiplayer, guests can earn money and reputation. Progress is saved for the host of the game, and after the session is over, you can choose if you want to copy the host's saved progress to your selected save slot.
We are securing Zone Atlas.
Oh, I see.
Yes, command.
That's
What's that-
interesting.
What's that mean? I'm a little slow.
So basically, if we start a new game together, and I host and you join, and we play up until a certain point, and then we stop. When you exit the game, it will ask you if you want to save that game state as one of your local saves, so you can play it alone from where we left off.
That's always nice when the games give you that option.
Because then I think you get all the achievements and all the stuff that
System
we
lost.
did. And like,
Generators
if
are
you
out.
decide to not play anymore or whatever together, you can just go and play that save from where we left off alone.
We are contesting Zone Atlas.
Interesting.
Right.
Magazines depleted.
Ready when you are, Commander. Moving out, Commander.
Go ahead.
So yeah, that's pretty nice. I like it when games do that.
Low ammo.
Yeah.
Magazines are empty, Command. We're low on ammo, Command. We're out of ammo. Internal damage.
I feel kind of bad for the guy in the chat in this game on my team.
Why? What's up with them?
We have
Hello?
secured Zone Atlas.
Yeah.
Module lost.
Okay. Internet dropped
System
out for a
lost.
second.
Receiving.
So the guy was complaining about having to deal with this thing from the enemy, and my
Moving out,
teammate
Commander.
that was really helpful to me made a suggestion.
Power level coming back up. We're out of this fight.
Moving out, Commander.
Anyways, so he suggested him like, hey, put on some point defense on that ship. They're gonna have these rocket containers, I think. And the guy was whining, oh, I'm gonna get killed by rocket containers. And he's like, why don't you put a point defense on it? We get into the battle, and the guy keeps complaining about it. And the guy was like, no. And it's like, okay. And then the guy started going on this rant about how he wants to play the way he wants to play and not be told how someone else wants to play. And I'm like, geez, that's not even the same thing.
Copy
Yeah,
that.
as I told you, people don't care about others' opinions.
And I'm like,
They just
well,
wanna,
it's
wanna
like-
chill out and play.
if you're gonna sit there and complain, and somebody gonna be trying to help you, you have no right to get mad about it. But there's a big difference between somebody trying to tell you to play the way they want you to play, and them just giving you a helpful suggestion because you're complaining about a problem that you're
Commander,
having.
the enemy has locked onto us.
Mm-hmm. Well, depends how they take it, you know.
Yeah.
And most people would take it that way. Like, why do you want me to play like you? Like, I want to play my way. Like,
Commander,
even
they've opened fire. Receiving. We're on our way. E-war detected.
The enemy is securing
And the guy
Zone
said-
Eclipse.
The guy's like, okay, well, good luck playing with other people. That kind of attitude, being like,
did you finish your station in Elite?
yeah, I finished 2 of them, I think, 1 or 2. I finished the main one at least. We were gonna work on another, but Seth wanted to take a break from like cargo running to the station.
He played a shit ton of Elite. I don't know how the fuck he's not bored.
He's mildly off.
Okay.
He's got.
Aye, aye, Commander. Moving out.
I mean, it's not the only reason, but I'm willing to bet it's part of it. But once he gets fixated on something,
our way.
he'll do it to exhaustion. Touch it for years afterwards. I like to mix it up a little bit, switch back and forth between some variety. Just
The enemy
like for
securing zone
example, Hammer keeps wanting to play strategy games. Well, sometimes I'm not feeling good enough for that. If I'm not, because it really affects my seizure stuff from thinking too much, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And strategy games, especially if it's a strategy game I'm not used to. And Hammer really likes to throw new strategy games I've never played before at me. It's really hard for me to keep doing that over and over. It puts a lot of strain on me because every time I play a new game, I have to ask like 20 questions about everything. You know, because the game's not going to tell you or have you, or you're not going to be able to know everything, and you have to try to understand the logic of it. And yeah,
Aye, aye, Commander.
so that puts a lot of strain on me. So I end up telling him like, no, I can't do that right now. Let's play a different game right now. You know? So I kind of have to switch it up.
Awaiting orders, Commander. We're ready when you are, Commander.
But yeah, this game is a very like slow tactical kind of game, strategy tactical. It's
we are
very,
securing zone
very
dagger.
in depth. There's a lot of micromanaging too, which is one of the things.
Have you ever played Ghost Recon Wildlands?
I have Breakpoint. Now with Breakpoint, if you download like the demo, you can join me and have access to the full game as long as you're playing co-op with somebody
Contesting
that
zone
owns it.
dagger.
I think I also have Breakpoint because I finished Breakpoint and I think then I got Wildlands, but I haven't
Yeah,
finished Wildlands.
We're
Breakpoint's
ready when you
interesting.
are, Commander.
It's just that
Aye, aye, Commander. Moving out.
Breakpoint's interesting. I just get bored of it quickly. I don't know, it's hard to describe. I don't know if it's the way the game.
Do you like extraction shooter type games like Tarkov and shit like that?
I find the idea interesting, but most of
We're on
the
our way.
execution I haven't enjoyed so much yet. I haven't played Tarkov, but I have played Ground Zeroes with Critic, and they have a PV. Which is nice.
There is an extraction RPG multiplayer online co-op game that's made by the people who made World of Warcraft. Like the original people who made the Legacy World of Warcraft.
Mm-hmm.
They made this game called Legacy Steel and Sorcery. It's kind of like Dark and Darker,
Yeah.
but
Is
it's
there a PVE
not.
option?
No, it's basically an extraction PvP game. But it's like
Yeah.
you have mage, warrior, and things classes, and then you have talents like in WoW and shit like
Mhm.
that. Basically, an RPG extraction. You can call it shooter, but like PvP
Mm-hmm.
game.
Yeah, I had some issues with Dark and Darker. If you want to hear about it.
Moving out, Commander.
The enemy secured zone
I
dagger.
didn't like Dark and Darker because I thought that the world was very depressing.
Yeah, it kind of was actually.
But this
Originally,
one is like fully open world. It looks like fucking Fortnite, to be honest. It's just with mage, like you have a mage, you have a
Because it
rogue, you
has
have
the
a hunter.
cartoony shading, right?
Exactly, and it's like open world. Even like the world, like you, if you go through, it looks like fucking Fortnite.
That's not too bad. The
There's just no guns. It's just the basically the WoW classes you have in it, like rogue,
Mhm.
mage, hunter. Um, I don't know
yeah,
what else.
I tried
Like
Dark and
warlock.
Darker during the early play tests, and the store page promised that it made it sound like you had the option of doing a co-op. You could do PvP with the thing, or have the option of doing a co-op dungeon crawler. And I was like, oh sweet. I haven't really played much dungeon crawler games, and this one's co-op. So Nordic and I was gonna play it, and then nope, it's forced PvP, and it's like,
Yeah, it is. It's the same with this one because when
and
it's talking about extraction shooter, that genre is already taken into consideration that it's always PvP because like. But also Tarkov has a PvE now, a PvE version.
I know there was a mod for a PvE version, but I don't know
No,
if they made it.
they made an official PvE version now. If you
Okay.
go, there's a separate a progression where you can only play PvE if you want to,
Oh, okay.
and you
That's
can
more.
play co-op PvE with your friends in Tarkov now. I think.
That's what I'll be more. See, I don't have a desire to do PvP because I got nothing to prove to anyone. Every time
Yeah.
I've played a PvP game, I've usually ended up getting really good at it, and it's not really that much fun for me. To do that, serious.
Yeah.
So that for me, that's never a satisfying goal. Right. It's hard to explain because like I've led multiple teams at actual PvP. I've been pretty successful at it. So for me, I have no taste for it. On the other hand, with Dark and Darker, um, one of the other issues I had with it, which carried into the release versions, whenever you run into other players, you'll get like a lot of like, and I know they made it. I know they changed it so that you have like minimum level requirements to be in certain areas or whatever. But there's nothing stopping a lot of people from just coming down and curb stomping you higher level. So here's the problem. It has a progression system. You level up, and that makes you hit harder, objectively. So I can hit a person 6 times, and they only need to hit me once to kill me, for example. So you know how I feel about that. I'm level 1 and getting shit on by level 6s. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So that's a consistent problem that still happens. And then people that play in a group versus people that play solo. Well, I don't think you need me to explain
Understood.
why
We're en
that's a
route.
problem. Because people that play in a group will come up against people that play solo, and it just becomes a farm.
Yeah.
And a lot of people play solo in the game because you have to have people to play with. And then you have people that come in with their group fully kitted and just smashing you. To me, it's just not fun to deal with. Some people are like, "Oh, it's skill," but it's not about skill. Whenever you can literally just one tap me because you
Understood. We're
played
en
the game
route.
longer to level up. It's not about skill. That becomes a level up thing. Like, yeah, you could technically try to employ some knowledge, but they'll be objectively faster. They'll be objectively hit harder, and they'll have other. Because when you level up in Darker Darker, you get more and more bonuses. So, like, let's say you're a stealth guy. Well, once you get to a certain level, you get the ability to like out stealth people. You know what I mean? So if you have if you're a level 1 stealth, good luck running away. And like there's other abilities too. So either way, you get the point.
This is the bridge. All hands.
I think you would like this game, Palia, that I told you about.
Oh yeah, I had that on my list of games that I was going to try when it came out. I had it
You already have the
initially.
first big expansion coming out, the Elderwood expansion.
How do you
I'm
spell it?
level 50 in it, and I logged in, and there's so much stuff to do in it, and I forgot how everything works that I got overwhelmed and I just deleted it. Because
Well,
you have like multiple crafting tables with hundreds of recipes and hundreds of, like, I had like 10 boxes that had hundreds of types of resources in it, and I was like, what the fuck do I have to do here? Like, okay, I'm like, and you cannot even delete your character to do it and start from scratch. It's basically, there's no option to start from scratch.
you're talking about this one, right?
Palia. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to try it when it came out, but the more I kept looking at it, the more I was like, why would I play it? This looks like one of those games that uses the engine that's kind of like Arc and stuff. And it didn't seem to be like at the time. This was like back when it came out. I just didn't see it looking like it was polished enough for me to want to sink my teeth into enjoy.
It has um story system that progresses as you do everything, and it has like a friend system that's with the npcs. You have to like have a relation, and when, for example, one of the missions that I've never completed is like you need to find yourself, they call it a shep from the npcs. Basically, you can choose one of the npcs to be your guide, I think, and you have to have like level 4 relations with him, and for that there's like a day and night cycle in the game, and every day you have to go to that npc and talk to them and find out what they like, and then after a while not just talk to them, but maybe bring them that gift or something every day until you get like level 4 relations with them, and then they can become your chef. It's basically a hard, it's like a PvE, very 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 PvE focused life farming RPG simulator. You can go and like hunt, fish, build your own home with multiple rooms, cooking, whatever you can think of, you can do in RPG. You can do it here and 10x, and it's no PvP.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun when I played it. I just, it's so much stuff and I forgot everything. And I stopped playing it because at the time it was I kind of got to a point where I almost did everything that I could, and the only thing I could do was um, to do that prey relation stuff to get the shep thing, and it was really long, and I think I just got bored.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured would happen to me, like more or less, but with less details. I figured I'd
Yeah.
probably get bored of it quick because it didn't look like it was substantial. I don't even the I don't know what to call it, but like between Ark and Conan Exiles, Pow World, a little bit of Valheim, they have like this engine that they use. It's like a framework for like these pseudo survival games with building, and they always are. The second I touch the game, I can tell. You know, it's hard to describe. But they always have the same thing where you set up world settings and stuff. Even like V Rising has that too, like that top-down Diablo-like game or whatever. Um, that has that same framework in there, and it's so hard for me to explain. It's like a feeling, and when I see it, I immediately recognize the type of like framework it's made off, and it always puts me in this weird mood of like not taking it seriously when I see it. Not in a bad way, but like a non-committal way, you know. And some of them have more options than others.
They all use Unreal Engine 4.
Yeah, I'm not referring to like the game engine itself. I'm referring to like the framework that makes up that genre subgenre.
Okay.
They like. Let me see. Let me think. You've played? Have you played Power World?
Yeah.
So you know, whenever you go to play Power World, you make your world, and you have like all those options. of like different drops and stuff like that, and you go around and you hit stuff and you get stuff out of it and all that. There's many games that have that framework where you do that, and Conan Exiles, Ark, a bunch of games, and Power World Power World has that framework there, and that's what I'm trying to describe.
Mm-hmm. What's different about this Paleo game that you don't have a health bar? You cannot die.
Yeah, I think it's meant to be like one of
You
those
have an
lives.
XP bar. You have like an XP buffer, and as you do stuff, that buffer empties out. And in order to fill it up again to be able to gain XP, you need to eat food, and that food you craft.
I think it's like Stardew Valley kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, something like that. Just massively multiplayer and not top down. It's just normal 3D.
Yeah, I like Stardew Valley.
It's basically like because it's a farming MMO sim, basically.
Yeah, yeah, they're going for the I forgot what they call it.
Life sim, cozy life sim. That's what it's called.
Yeah, I figured you'd say that. I was trying to remember something specific. Oh, there's a train behind my house. Where the train tracks are, there's an old train station that got converted into a restaurant.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try their food someday. Speaking of food, I should probably try to eat something more than just munching on this bad biscuit I made this morning. It's been like 6 hours since I've ate anything substantial. It hurt. This game, as slow as this game is, it gets pretty intense. But yeah, that's why I haven't played Polya. I was just waiting for it to develop to see how it goes before I touch it. What about you? Are you planning on trying it again at some point?
No, I downloaded it last week, and after 5 minutes, I deleted it because I got overwhelmed.
Um,
I would have wanted to start from scratch, but it doesn't let you delete your character. There's no option.
The enemy is securing zone combat.
Basically, you have to make a new account with a new.
Fucked up.
Yeah, and if it's already linked to your Steam, you cannot unlink it from your Steam.
Mm-hmm.
The enemy is securing zone dagger.
Yeah, that sounds like a big pain in the ass. Well, that's fine. I got plenty of other games to mess with. But I thought the Roadcrafter thing looked kind of fun. But I like to take a peek before I do commit to anything like that.
The enemy is securing zone boxer. The enemy secured zone eclipse. The enemy secured zone comet. The enemy secured zone dagger.
doing right now?
I'm just watching some YouTube.
We are contesting Zone
Okay.
Atlas.
Yeah, I'm throwing something in the
Enemy is
microwave.
securing Zone Atlas.
I'm throwing a TV dinner in the
We are
microwave.
contesting Zone Atlas.
Nice. I'm thinking about doing a frozen pizza thing too because I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, you should.
The enemy is securing Zone Atlas.
You know what's interesting about this game? You know, I realized a really good point to make about this game.
Which
Remember
one?
I said that was slow that I'm playing right now?
Mm-hmm.
You remember how I mentioned that it's micro intensive?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the fact that it's slow makes the micro a little better to deal with.
The enemy secured Zone
Because,
Atlas.
like, if everything's going slow, you have more opportunity to, like, click on the stuff and organize things, right?
Yeah.
So that can actually be to its benefit when it comes to the micromanagement concern. So yeah, I just kind of had a little bit of an epiphany about that. 'Cause you're not as, like, rushed. Oh my god.
The enemy is securing Zone Atlas.
Hey, have you ever oh god. I know this is gonna sound like a weird question. What's it like having a Romanian wife?
I don't know. It's the same way as you would have an American wife.
I don't know about that. I know, like, different types of people have, like, different personality traits more common, but, like, there's, like, culture stuff too, you know?
Right. No, Romania is like really chill and very rational thinking people. So
Well, that's good. I get along. I've been dealing too much with irrational people. It's been fucking up my mind.
Oh, shit.
I start seeing them watching me everywhere.
Okay, I'm gonna go make some food too.
Yeah.
Be right back. Probably gonna take some time.
You're gonna be gone for hours?
Well, I think at least for 1 hour.
1 hour? That's like more than half.
Well, if I want to make a pizza, I have to preheat the oven. That's like 30 minutes, and until the pizza's ready, it's like 15, and until I eat, it's another 15.
You know what I do? I turn the oven on, I look at how long it's gonna take to cook, and I give it like an extra 5 minutes on the timer. I put a timer down, give it like 5 extra minutes.
It's better if you preheat because then otherwise the pizza is getting a little bit dry.
Yeah, probably. But
Because
then
it
again,
heats it up slowly instead of like instantly like cooking it.
yeah, the reason why I've been doing it like that is just because it's hard for me to. It, I get like lightheaded and stuff, and I have to lay down, and then I'm trying to make something to help me feel better.
What I usually do is like start the oven to preheat, and I'll just turn on the TV and watch something, and then when I see that it's preheated, I just put in the pizza and like watch some more TV, and then just eat it in the front of the TV.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Yeah. All right. Be right back.
Okay.
User entered your channel.
Hello.
Be considered
Hello.
a part of their official.
Hello.
You didn't answer my question on Steam yesterday.
I'm sorry, I forgot. When I woke up at like midnight, Roller was on with Seth, and Roller was asking how to land an Elite Dangerous on a planet, and Seth was trying to explain. It was getting upset because he couldn't do it. So I volunteered to help, and I told him, all you gotta do is point at negative 20. If you're pointing your nose at the target and it's negative 25 pitch or higher, you're fine. And then he told me I was being an asshole. And I'm like, why? And he said he was gonna leave because I have a bad attitude. And I got pissed. I said, what the fuck's this bullshit? So I kind of forgot to, you know, I kind of forgot to respond. And then I kind of went off on Zilla. I'm just having a really bad day, and I messed up. I made a mistake. I was just reflecting on it a bit and spectating. Just watching these people play this game that I barely know how to play. The answer is no, I didn't get it. That's a lot of money for me right now.
I was just asking because I was like, sometimes you send me things that you've gotten recently, and like, hey, take a look at it to see if you want to play it too, kind of thing. So I was just like, before I make any decisions on anything, do you actually have it, or is it just did you look at it?
Well, I know that's a game you wanted.
Yeah, I want to play it, but I don't want to play it by myself, and I'm not gonna get a game unless I have people to play with. So unless it's a single player game, but I very rarely ever get those. So
I'd play it with you, but I don't have it, so that would have to be. I don't know. These past couple of months, I've lost so much money. I've lost so much money.
now they do have a loyalty bowl. If you already have the SnowRunner game, it says buy SnowRunner plus loyalty craft or Roadcraft loyalty bundle. It gives you a 25% discount, and because if you already have SnowRunner, then it drops the price to like $29.
Yeah.
Which is still a lot. I don't understand. I was just giving you a hint, see it. That they're doing something cool. Like, oh, hey, look, like, oh, you bought one of our other games? If you buy the bundle that's for the games, and you already have one, we'll give you a discount.
Yeah, I considered that bundle. I'm scared to spend any money. I've been hemorrhaging money. But no, there's several games that I've got that I haven't really that I'd like to play with some people. Like I got Tank Squad's one of them. I did get Tank Squad. I think you changed your mind on whether or not you liked it. I don't remember. Did you still want Tank Squad? They did update the demos. But yeah, I still have. I try to keep everything installed that I think you might want to play and that I might want to play with you, just for case of evidence. Yeah, so. Hello, can you hear me? Testing? Copy? Repeat?
The tank one and I don't know. Just kind of. I've lost interest in the tank stuff because we went from playing War Thunder all the time to nobody ever wants to play it, or at least play what I can play. So I just kind of given up on tank stuff.
Well, anything that I have to use a mouse is a big effort.
Yeah.
Got nothing to do with it being about tanks.
Well, just it used to be, you know, Seth, John, you, me, were always playing War Thunder, and then all of a sudden,
Well,
like the
except
two
for
of them
John.
just kind of stopped because they stopped. You stopped playing as much too, and then you went to just playing either
Well, I
tank
stopped.
sim every once in a while or just aircraft. And then
I stopped
when
playing
Seth
as
was
much
playing, he was
because
only playing ships, and
I stopped playing as much
just
because
was
I
like,
was. Uh-huh.
and then
I
they're
just,
never really on. So
the reason why is because I got to the point to where I could barely hold my mouse. Like my hand
well,
got
I
so
understand with you,
bad.
but I'm not wasn't saying like you didn't need that. I was saying they did that, and it seemed like because they stopped playing as much, you stopped playing as much as you were. You can only I understand you can only handle playing a little for a short time. So you go in and
Yeah.
you play like a round of tank sim or a
Yeah,
thing of
yeah,
air
you're
sim
right. Yeah, you got it. That's pretty much it,
because
because it hurts.
you don't have the we were all playing like constantly together,
Yeah, and
and
it came at
then
a very
you didn't
bad price.
have the need or requirement to always be trying to play with us on it because half the people stopped playing. So you were just playing it as you needed to, but and then because they stopped playing, we never had a full squad to play, and we've tried in the interim with some of the newer people that have joined the TeamSpeak server, but
Yeah.
they're not the same.
Right. I like Seth's enthusiasm.
It was nice.
Yeah, my problem is I'm still having issues, and the reason why I stopped, part of the reason I stopped playing as much is because forcing myself to play, it came at a cost. I really hurt my hand really bad. I'm still dealing with some problems with it. It's not as bad, but every time I touch my mouse, my hand would sting really bad, like someone was sticking a knife in it. Like that's how bad it got, and like I would feel like the nerves in it, and then I get frustrated because this is a problem I'm still having. When I try to move my mouse to aim with the tank gun, my hand jumps and I miss my shot or whatever because of it, because my hand will jerk because like something's going on with my nerves or something, and my arm's just not comfortable.
Yeah, that or
My hand gets cold,
stiff.
like
Yeah, stiff joints, the muscles instead of having fine
Fine motor
motor
control.
movement. You're because of the joint and the muscles and everything there. Instead of having the fine motor movement that you had, it got damaged. So then you go to turn, your body goes, "Oh, the hand's not turning as fast as I told it to. Let's give more power to the muscles to make it move," and then it goes jerk.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then my hand gets really cold, like I'm losing blood flow to it.
Oh yeah, I deal with that too. My feet and my hands. Like I'll be playing, even if it's warm out, I'll be playing and play, and then it's like I can't feel my hands. They feel like
Hmm.
they're frozen, which
Yeah,
could be which could be um something in like the carpal tunnel area. Maybe probably not full carpal tunnel, but something's getting pinched, which is like reducing the
hmm,
blood flow to the hand, which because that's what the blood warm blood to the extremities is what keeps your extremities warm.
right.
With lessened blood flow, your extremities get cold.
My and then I get like muscle strain. Like I can't relax my arms sometimes a certain way. I just need. I I thought this table would help, but it isn't. It's not helping as much as it should. It's not. It's helping a little bit. It's better than what I did before, but it like sometimes I can get my mouse hand just right to where it like it's perfect. But it's only sometimes if I get in the right perfect position. And I've been trying to recreate it, but I can't. Something I need a better. I need a better foundation. I need a new table. This one's like a little low. I can't even fully scoot up. My legs catch like this bar underneath it. So it's gonna get. So my back starts
Drop,
hurting. My
drop.
neck starts hurting because I have to
Can you
strain.
drop your seat?
It's all the way.
Okay.
Yeah, I've, I put together two separate chairs trying to find a way to make it work, and it was a waste of money. The other one had foldable arms, so I thought that that would help make up the difference, but it doesn't. Cause the way that other chair is positioned is not comfortable for my back. It's like forcing me to like
Yeah.
forward.
Do
I'm
you,
trying.
do you remember that game we played a couple times? It might have only been like 2 or 3 times, but it was the Drive Beyond Horizons.
Yeah, I had an update for the demo, and then they came out with an early access version.
Yeah, I've been seeing some stuff pop up on feeds and stuff about it, and
Yeah, Zilla
some new
bought
car
it.
stuff, and I was like, oh,
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Yeah, I've just been. Zill had a talk with me about how I freaked out a little bit earlier and been thinking about it a lot. Um, yeah, I'm curious. I went to try the new demo with some random people, but Zill went ahead and bought the thing, and he thought I had it, but I didn't. Excuse me. So yeah, that's my problem. Like anything mouse related is very hard because I'll start like straining. Like I'll start my one muscles in my hand and my wrist will start getting tense, or I can't relax my arm to like properly load the bearing for my wrist, you know. And it's just constant struggle. So whenever I play tanks, I get really upset because oh, I knew that guy was coming, but I couldn't react to it, you know. And it makes me feel sad and frustrated, especially when I'm trying to show somebody something. Um, I was trying to show somebody something on a stream, and it was really embarrassing. Kind of, I kept fucking up. And I don't want. I refuse to use a controller for the tanks. I've tried to do it. You've seen me try to do it. It's torture. It's mental torture for me. I have to have a keyboard and mouse for tanks. You know? But I bought the tank crew thing, and I've actually been kind of enjoying it. I did a few matches with some random dude. Um, I I like it. I like it. You go in first person. You can multi-crew. Then you have the repair stuff afterwards, which was one of the things that interested me in the first place. Um, it's interesting stuff. It's like a combination between like Company Heroes, Men of War, with a slight bit of like War Thunder simulation aspect to it. Not as polished in that regard, but they had to release it. I read that they had to release it early because their publisher dropped their support after working on the game for a few. You know. So
Ah.
what's up?
Oh, that they had to release early and because of this
Yeah,
publisher. I was like,
yeah. That's why they
that
released all of them.
that makes sense.
Yeah, their publisher dropped their support, so they have to try to secure funding by releasing it early. What I have played so far, I've actually enjoyed. It felt really good, and I was hoping that we could play it together one day. They've been updating it. They've been updating it. Yeah, and there are some bugs, but so far it's been pretty solid for me. Here, I'll picture I was playing with some random people. It's not. It was that other guy's campaign. It wasn't mine. And then whenever you go to like recover the vehicles and stuff, you can kind of see what happened to it.
Yeah, I remember playing the demo with you, but
Yeah, but they've added so much, and they've updated the demo too. It's we never really. I wasn't really satisfied from when we played the demo because we only got on for like a few minutes. I wanted to explore like the mechanic side and stuff. And like when it comes to the shooting mechanics, it works about what I'd expect whenever it comes to engaging vehicles. Um, like you shoot the lower glacis and other things like that. You know what I mean? Like I did some test shots on various vehicles that I was against and various enemies I was fighting, and the shells behaved about what I expected. So I'm not too dissatisfied with the mechanics behind the shooting, shooting tanks and the penetration. Like like I mentioned, for an example, shooting the lower glaciers on a tank that's a little higher than you works as expected. Stuff like that. Now, I haven't really explored what you can do in the game at the moment because when I play it, I keep thinking about you, so it kind of makes it hard for me to play. That's the other reason why I've been having a hard time doing tanks, Frank. Because I don't want to do tanks alone, but then I keep thinking about you. But I do like to try to get in the occasional sim. Part of the reason why is because it's well, it is a little slower, but it's whenever they do the 9.3 and up, I get to bring out a missile spay and see if I get lucky. Because I think it's just kind of fun, you know?
yeah.
Mm-hmm. but I haven't fully formulated a full opinion on it because I haven't fully explored it. But so far, I like it. A lot of things work the way I expect them to, and that makes me happy. Comes like what I'm used to expecting in tanks. When it comes to War Thunder, things that I've read about, and yeah. So I look forward to messing around with it some more. It's just not easy to. Uh, anyways, it also does that thing like in IL-2 when you scroll up, it like slows down how fast your mouse moves when you like zoom in. Gun when you use the gun sight and zoom in on it, slows down your mouse movement, which is actually not actually nice. It makes it easier for me to try to aim. So yeah, uh, just so you know, I don't know if it's actually really good or not. I'm just saying I enjoyed what I have done of it. Oh, you know how I am. I don't like coming to Hastings. I don't like giving hasty impressions. I don't like misleading. I don't want to be like, "Oh yeah, this is a great game," and then it turns out that it's not as good because I didn't actually look further into it. You know how I am. But yeah, that's the problem I'm dealing with. I can't get like proper comfort when I'm trying to use my mouse, and it hurts really bad. And because I forced it before, I'm suffering some consequences. Now, Seth did give me a carpal tunnel test that I had to look up on the internet to see if you have carpal tunnel, but I know something's wrong with my muscles. I know I overstrained them a couple of times to where my hands were like I couldn't like move my hand a month.
Did you ever look at PAX DI
Axe.
PAX space DEI?
That sounds familiar. Let me look. Axe diversity. Oh right, that's that thingy. Oh, I was going. I think I was. Zilla has it.
He does?
Yeah, he's gonna be back. He went to go eat pizza. Oh, it's on sale.
I was gonna say, do you have space for it?
Yeah, yeah. I do have space.
Because it's like 80 gigs. So
I have 6 terabytes, and I have another eight. I have another 12 terabyte hard drive sitting there that I haven't actually bound to space yet. I haven't allocated it drive yet, so I'm good on space. I did that so that I can have stuff to play with you. I love you. You're one of my bros. You know, and I like being able to have availability for us to do. You know, because I know that you don't have it. So I try to compensate by having. Now I did try this game called Easy Red 2. I'm still not done testing it out. Um but it did feel pretty good. It felt pretty immersive. I got it for $5, I think. No, that's because I got the Normandy expansion. Anyways, it's interesting. I kind of like it so far. It's not as in depth as War Thunder when it comes to some of the stuff, but there's a lot like I I've enjoyed it so far. So far, I feel like I've got my money's worth. Let's put it like that. There's like full tank interior.
Check your Steam.
Oh, I meant okay. No, there's not a full tank interior in Easy Red too, but the tank squad has a full tank interior. Oh, okay. Okay, you're doing the John thing, huh?
Well, if somebody else already has it and I already have it, then it's not like it's a game that I can all play. So
Okay. Um,
so
but yeah,
download it.
I am. But yeah, with Tank Squad, it has the tank interior, and you can play it like that completely. And there's even like periscopes, which is good. A lot of tank games don't model periscopes into the turret like they actually had. You know what I mean? So yeah, various tanks have periscopes in them on the commander's hatch and stuff. Uh, which is a very good detail. I really like that. So far, I'm pretty pleased with Tank Squad. It's just that I want to play it. I just can't justify it if I'm by myself. you know.
Yeah.
But so far, I've been happy. I do want to get what's that one called, the Road Crafter. Zilla bought it. Zilla has it, and he said he'd be willing to play it at some point. I'm planning on getting it, but because I know you wanted it, and I told you I would a little while back when you asked. I'm just really nervous about spending any money right now. Though I did get a couple of things that were on sale recently. I got the detective game, Shadows of Doubt. I got the Easy Red 2. And and then John gifted me Dying Light. I was gonna play Dying Light with John, but I kept telling him I wanted to play with you. You know, kept telling him I'd rather play with him. But we did play a little bit though. In an Eagle. I think he gifted it to Eagle. So he played with us a little bit.